Hello? I sniffed the phone.
People coming before anybody saw.
I did.
She brought out her wheel.
She has to grab too, but it's because they right before.
All right, you're on mic and recording whenever you'd like to go.
Good afternoon, everyone. 4 o'clock. I'd like to call the order of the work session for the Frisco Town Council. Can I have the roll call, please?
Aaron Thin.
Here.
Hey, Diane. I got it with the mouth. Sorry. Thanks. Burley is absent. Oh,
Here.
Blanco.
Here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we sure can. Thank you.
Great.
Kim
Here.
Mortensen.
Here.
Scripcheck Adrian. Here.
So thank you very much. First up this afternoon, agenda item number 1, and this is follow-up conversation with the Unsheltered in Summit and Summer Option for 602 Galena Street. And
Which Diane?
Diane,
Sorry.
we'll turn it over to Diane. Let's see where we go from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. It's very nice to be here today. I also have Emily is in the audience as well, representing community development. Should you have any questions that are very specific to community development. And then, of course, Diane is here as well, who is with Unsheltered in Summit. So we are here today as part of a process to, and hi, Dad. We are here today as part of a process to continue the Unsheltered in Summit's Summit Safe Parking Program for the summer months. And in order to do that, the first step is to get approval from the town council to move the process forward. So we're here today to ask for your approval for the 602 Galena lot, which is the lot for the, it is currently serving as the, thank you, Steve. Think of this one, right? If you'll recall, right, that the town did enter, has purchased that area. The workforce center is still working in that area currently. We have had an opportunity to talk with them about this program being in that lot. They too are supportive of having the program there for the summer months, but they have put some caps on it, meaning 8 spaces is what they would feel comfortable with being in that lot, as well as instead of it being a 24-hour lot, it would be the 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. lot, which is very similar to how the program started in Breckenridge or at that site. So that is kind of the details of it all. Wanted to make sure that council was supportive of utilizing that space for this summer season. Diane can also here now speak to, if you'd like as well, the success of the winter program at the marina. If you have any questions for her specific about that, I'm happy to address those as well.
How was the winter?
It was wonderful. Yeah, the folks really liked that. And we have lots of testimonials to that effect. They especially liked the 24/7, and I'm sorry to hear that about the, in the morning. I don't know what we'll do with those people who work, at different hours. Our host, guy named Paul, who has just been invaluable. He is one of those people. He plays music. I don't know what over evening entertainment, those of you attend, but you may have seen him somewhere with his band. But he's one, he finishes work at 1, 2 in the morning and then comes to and sleeps until 10. So I don't know. He'll do for sure. But,
and it's the workforce center was the one to ask for those hours.
They did. Correct.
Is there any negotiation? Can we say we can move it to 10 a.m. or something?
Potentially. I haven't gone down the road of talking with those guys. They at the 8 a.m. because that's when their business opens as
Right.
well. So we've got space that they want to utilize as well, customers. Now, would 10 a.m. be a good kind of, maybe that's the compromise there, potentially. So
Yeah, but
it could be for us.
yeah,
Yeah.
happy to-
And in fact, we could even just, our plan had been, since there was going to be 8 spaces, we were going to sort through and talk to people about who needs the 24/7 and just place those particular people there. But we could find out who needs exactly what hours and negotiate with them. to know, who needs where and what when. So
How many people do you have now on the program?
33.
Really?
Yeah, we've had a pretty steady 33. We had a waiting list until we got the 8 spaces at the county commons, and then that kind of took care of our waiting list. We turned down not a handful of people. One woman had a 40-foot converted bus, and that wasn't going to fit anywhere. She had 4 children in that bus that she was homeschooling. And we had to tell her that we couldn't accommodate. So. Yeah, very interesting. I mean, we feel bad about that. You know, we can't, when we're somebody, we absolutely just can't accommodate.
And so where are the other places, county commons?
County commons and the sheriff's.
Oh,
lot.
they're back on.
Yeah, they're back as
Okay,
far as we know. And that will make a total of about 23 spaces altogether about. You know, people say, how many are you gonna have for the summer? And we say, how do we know? You know, we really don't know. I don't think we'll have as many as winter because some people leave, you know, after their jobs on the Hill are done. But on the other hand, we've admitted 3 new people for the summer. So it's really, we've never had 33 in the winter before. So it's really hard to know.
What is the tenure of folks in the program? Initially, it was discussed that people needed to be employed, actively looking for housing with a maximum of 3 months in the program.
I don't.
At least my understanding.
Okay, yeah, I don't think we've ever said that. They absolutely have to be employed. We've had one woman this winter that we've had to remind, what's your job? Because she also gets disability. And we said, you have to at least be employed part-time. So we have to stay on her, where are you working? And then she'll say, okay. And she, right now she is engaged with the what's the workforce program? I can't name it. That works with people to, you know, to help them get jobs. So we have to keep,
Temporary placement or something?
yeah, that kind of thing. But yes, that's the absolute, they have to be employed. And their length of time they're with us kind of varies. Yeah. There's one young man we can count on every winter to be back. He's a ski patroller, and in the summertime he does rack. He's a rack. And this was his second winter back, and he left and he said, I'll see you in fall. So,
Sure.
yeah.
Just so it's said out loud, is I support the program, but it doesn't sound like it's transitional housing.
For a few it is, for lots it isn't. That's the honest answer.
Perfect.
Mhm.
I'm good with that. I just wanted to make it clear to everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this winter we worked really, really hard with a family who they did have kids there, and this was not appropriate for them. So we worked really, really hard to get them into I call it a 5th wheel, but I learned that's not what it's called. It's called a gooseneck. I learned this now. And we found that for them, and we fixed it up, and we spent some of our money that's in a special fund for that. And they're now in Fair Play and in a lot.
Nice.
Yeah, I see Doug up there. Doug spent enormous amount of time and frustration and energy making that possible for that family. Yeah.
Great.
So for a few it is, yeah.
Sure.
I'm excited that we have the opportunity to keep it going, keep some folks in Frisco, and then we're not sending them all away, and they branched out and those other lots came back online. Yeah, I'm
Yeah, so
glad we can still help and be a part of it, and looking forward to
well, it's,
where that goes.
I don't know if it was, I know which Andy it was, who stood up one day and said, this is with us forever. And it's time that we do something about it.
I'm with you.
Yeah. If there is any way that you can think of to get some spaces for 24 hours, it would really help. Another example of a 24-hour person was somebody who did the program at the Frisco sleigh ride. That was her thing, because she finished at like 8 o'clock at night. And then she didn't go to work until noon the next day. And she was one that was the 24-hour.
Town of Frisco employee.
Yeah.
Sleigh ride employee.
Play right.
Sleigh ride. Yeah, there we go. And she didn't get back till about 10 o'clock. And she would sleep until later in the morning, so.
And other folks are on different shifts at different times.
Right. Well, that's right, because there was a bartender and a couple of waiters, people like that, who are late night.
I'll keep my ears open for a
Yeah.
24-hour option. Anything else? Everybody good?
Yeah, I'm good. I just wanted to say I passed in Steamboat. Like, we were telling people that we were doing this and they were blown away. Nobody had any, they couldn't fathom this idea.
Yeah.
But they need it too. Everyone else
Yeah.
needs it in their own, and this might be able to spread like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been contacted by anybody else from other towns.
Telluride, California. Not Telluride.
Telluride, Colorado.
No, California. What's the town? Truckee.
There you go.
Truckee. Yeah, we've been in contact with them. They're struggling. They have some codes that make it really, really hard. But Doug said, and I agree.
That.
We're ready to go to Steamboat and help them out, get started.
So if any of you come in contact with other towns that would like some advisement, put them in touch with me and I'd be happy to talk with them, visit, whatever.
Okay, thanks, Doug.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I'm in support. Yep. And thank you also for running a good program, because as far as I've heard, we have heard literally nothing like from the police department or
Yeah.
whoever else. Who has
The
to
Chief
deal with it.
Wickman has been helpful.
They're good.
Once, maybe twice. We have contacted him with, a little sticky thing, and he's helped out, so.
Thanks, Chief.
Where we are.
We're back there.
Oh, you're right.
Cheap seats. Anything else?
No, you will see then back on May 9th, you will see on your agenda, just a approval of a revocable license agreement for this. And then Diane is also in the process of going through the planning commission process with this. And so this was the first step of that, and then see this continue. The goal would then be to be from the planning commission on May 18th. And provided everything moves through that, they could move in starting on May 19th. So, right, a seamless transition, if you will, then from the marina to this space.
Great.
Great.
One
Thank
other
you.
thing,
Thank you.
we've been told that we should be doing background checks at this point, that you folks would like us to do background checks. Am I on there?
You are, Doug. Yes, that was a recommendation that we had spoken a little bit about, especially with, I think there was one incident that we had this winter season down at the marina. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to talk with you about doing some of those background checks on individuals who are utilizing the space.
Okay, so I started a conversation with Tom and he hasn't gotten back to me yet about whether they can do the background checks or do they want to do the background checks, or would we do them, or whatever. So that's a conversation in process.
Yep,
We
we'll
can
follow up.
follow up with you on that one. Is the best way to go
Absolutely.
about that.
Yep.
Great.
Okay,
Right.
anything else?
I think we're good.
All right.
Thank you so much.
See you back.
Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Next on the work session agenda is the extraterritorial water request process discussion. Not extraterrestrial, which every time that's what I say, AT water.
And I believe Nathan is on, and it looks like Jennifer's internet connection went bad, and that is her phone number.
Okay,
I do believe.
great.
So. And we are joined. I let them stay home and not drive in this storm tonight. That's going to happen someday. So, good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is ordinance 2305. You have seen this before. Work session on February 14th, I believe it was, where you all had some questions and concerns. So the team went back and regrouped and answered those questions and took care of those concerns in this new ordinance here. We also, and a whole lot more. We also really refined the planning tool and nailed that down and got rid of a whole bunch of assumptions that were in there and actually included hard data that we had finally gotten. So and refined it, and it is working. I played with it a little bit before the meeting so I could kind of give you guys an example of what it's doing, but it's working very well. I commend Nathan on his work on that. And Jennifer and Thad, thank you all very much for getting us to this point. So basically the ordinance that's before you tonight, oh, that's the next item, sorry. Has changed, it changed a little bit. It didn't change a whole lot. We defined, I believe there was a question about defining the handheld hose. And I think Councilmember Aronson had that question. And it is now defined in here as a handheld sprinkler that shuts off when you let go of it. For the watering outside of town limits, because this ordinance will not allow irrigation systems outside of town limits. So, but hand watering and that kind of thing is fine. Also, we had to get the ability for the town to charge a fee for paper bills. That was something that we had to get into ordinance because it was not, and anything that has to be fees in the Water Enterprise Fund has to be in the ordinance. So that is in here now. We changed the in-town delivery commitment. Now what this is the amount of water that the town commits to deliver for each EQR. So again, an EQR is a single family residence in these cases. In commercial cases, it's EQRs are determined in different ways by square footage and by usage of the building. So for discussion tonight, the EQR is for a single family residence. And the in-town delivery went from 0.55 acre feet to 0.44 acre feet. And those numbers were based on actual meter readings and usage. We finally got several years worth of actual meter readings throughout the whole town and was able to come up with that number based on what's actually being used out there. And then the out of town delivery commitment went from 0.44 acre feet per year to 0.23. And that data came from not only the fact that there's no outside watering, but Nathan and Jennifer, correct me, but there was some studies that we did down on the Front Range of some communities down there of what they were seeing water usage. Is that correct?
Hi, Jeff. This is Jennifer, and it's snowing like the Dickens here, by the way. Yes, that's absolutely right, Jeff. And that was the number that was for purely indoor use with no outside lawn irrigation. So yes, I think we've concluded that we can treat this number as an industry standard for indoor use consumption of water.
Thank you, Jennifer. So yeah, I mean, a lot of the assumptions that we had the first time we talked to you, they are no longer assumptions. They are data that's is good hard data that we've come up with. So in my memo, you'll see below on page 2 of my memo, you'll see how we came up with the 44 acre feet, or excuse me, 0.44 acre feet, 0.23 acre feet for those numbers. And there is a lot of conservatism built into this so that we stay real tight with what we're going to provide for people when they come to us asking for water. So for an example, I played around with the tool a little bit this afternoon and didn't bring my glasses, but I did write in bigger ways.
You printed it as small as you could.
Yeah, right. Well, it's a big spreadsheet on a small piece of paper. I blame that on Nathan. So basically, I did a formula here asking for one extraterritorial tap. And the cash in lieu of water rights for one right now today for one territorial EQR is $2,076.21. So it's not a it's not an insurmountable amount of money that we're talking about here. That's for one EQR, so one single family residence. That would be the charge on top of the tap fee, which right now is $6,296.29 is what the tap fee is right now. Those go up every October 31st. I think they're October 1st or October 31st. They go up automatically 10% every year until 2024, when we'll have to do our rate study over again and reevaluate and see if we want to stay the course or adjust them. And then I just happened to, out of the blue, I picked a number of 450 EQRs. And that came up to a cash in lieu of at $934,294. But it also depends on where those water rights would come from. So if water rights are coming from areas uphill of us, we have to include a 10% what they call transit loss. And that's what's lost as it comes down the river and soaks into the ground or evaporates or just doesn't make it down here for one reason or another. So those, and then the tap fee for something like that would be right around 2.8 million for just the tap fees. So, those are just some numbers to play with, but I played with a whole bunch of other numbers based on like 80 West Main Street and how many EQRs they're getting, even though they don't apply to this because they're in town. So the tool is we've done, I think that actually Nathan has done an outstanding job of working out all the bugs. And I think the beta testing went well based on what we presented the first time. So Nathan, is there anything I'm missing or anything you want to add to that?
No, not really. I think you covered the changes that we made just regarding using metered data and adjustment of the numbers. And one thing I mentioned just in the tool itself is we went away from the population data and more focused on EQRs. I think that also helped. So otherwise, Jeff, I think you covered most of it.
Great, thank you. Thad, is there any changes that I'm missing from the last time we talked about this?
No, not from the last time.
Okay. So, with that being said, are there any questions? This is before you tonight at the regular meeting for first reading. So we're here to answer any questions or clear up any confusion, or if there is any.
I have just quick, like, so if we're charging that extraterritorial fee of say $2,000, what do we do with that? Does that go in like a general water fund, or is basically
what I envision it, and I'm sure Leslie will correct me or help me out here. Right now, the tap fees, when we get tap fees, it goes into the water fund, but kind of into the capital fund. It's not in that money doesn't necessarily go into the general operating fund of the water enterprise. I envision these fees going into a fund like that. Now, whether it be a separate fund that we create within the water fund, or if it just goes into the water capital side of things, it would not go into just the day-to-day operations of running the water system. User fees take care of that.
Right, that's good. Yeah, that would be for the future.
Right.
If we hit the tap and then we need to buy,
Right.
Hopefully that's sitting there prepared.
And the other thing this tool showed us, which was interesting to me, is that we need to start rather sooner than later. We need to start thinking about reworking our augmentation plan and getting some of our water rights that are kind of out of hand right now. We can't do anything with them, brought into the augmentation plan. So we're going to start working on that. Probably I'll give the team a break here for the summer and we'll start working on it after summer. But the first thing we're going to work on is getting the water rights that have already been dedicated to us by the county deeded over to us, and we actually have them. So right now it's kind of I don't know what the term is.
And is that an adjudication? Is that a process that you have to go through water court?
No. That's just a matter of, and Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a matter of the county, like physically deeding them over to the town.
It's a legal.
It's a legal process, but not water court.
So Jeff, that's absolutely right. As a matter of the ownership of the water rights, in order to plug them into your augmentation plan, though, to get that Clinton Gulch Reservoir water plugged into the aug plan, we will have to go to water court. So,
Right.
as we've discussed with the team, Jeff, you could use that water directly if you could plan the timing right to bring it down the river and pick it up. But right now, as we've discussed, you don't have a way to get that water into the treatment plant. So really, you can go ahead and get it deeded over. We could use it in a newly adjudicated augmentation plan, but we can't use it yet as an augmentation supply in the existing plan.
Correct. But the first step would be to actually own them and have them on paper, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly right, Jeff. Yep.
This applies to like the hospital and the
Right.
county commons.
The stuff they've already given us. Yeah, the stuff they've already deeded over for the, and I think right now it's
Dedicated.
I'm sorry, dedicated.
That's the issue.
Dedicated. I think right now it stands at 9.2 acre feet, I believe is where we're at with that. 92 shares or something like that of Clinton Water is what they have dedicated to us. And they have not used up all of those yet. So they still have, I think with the latest search and rescue building, I think right now they're like around 100, 101 or 102 EQRs they have left with that project out there.
Right, and then the potential workforce housing in Bill's Ranch that they're gonna do.
Some of that, yeah.
Yeah.
That was just part of.
Well, and then that's another question I'll, down the road that we need to figure out is that part of the county commons? Is that part of the original agreement? Because there's language in there
Right.
in those agreements that say county commons. So, but that's just semantics, I suppose, at this point.
Hey, Jeff, can I ask you a question? You guys
Yes,
can hear me. You can hear me, right? Good. So play it out just a little bit further for me, if you would. So I'm surprised if a single family house, it's going to cost them an additional $2,000 to, if we say yes, correct?
correct.
So I mean, $2,000, but we need to go to water court to get that water. And I got to believe the initial consultation is going to cost us $2,000 to get through water court. So if we, I mean, even make it, we got 10 houses that now want to tie in. And so big deal, we got $40,000 sitting in the bank. Are we, I'm just, it's not playing out in a way that makes sense to me at the moment.
Oh,
Jeff, can I jump in here?
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So one thing to keep in mind is that when we were just talking, Jeff raised the concept that we should, and he said sooner rather than later, and I fully agree with that, go ahead and get to water court and begin the process to amend the augmentation plan to allow us to use supplies that we already have but cannot yet use for augmentation purposes. That includes those Clinton Ditch and Reservoir Company share water. It includes water that you have sitting in Green Mountain Reservoir and in Windy Gap Reservoir and in Wolford Mountain Reservoir. Now that's water that we can't use yet. We can get an application moving to amend the augmentation plan to allow you to plug that water in. With that said, for the time being, there is still a significant cushion that the town has in available supplies that you can already use. And Nathan's planning tool will enable you to plug in numbers and see exactly what that cushion is. And what that does then is to tell Jeff and Ryan whether when someone comes to you and says, hey, I'd like an extraterritorial tap, whether Jeff and Ryan need to say, okay, you can pay us cash in lieu because we already have water. We still have the cushion that we could use. We know we're protecting in-town uses. We're protecting existing extraterritorial uses. We still have the cushion, so we can accept cash in lieu. Now, if we get to the point where Nathan's planning tool shows, Jeff and Ryan put in the numbers, it shows that we have hit the point where we no longer can break even or have a cushion, then the response would have to be either you bring us wet water that we can plug into our augmentation plan, or we're going to have to deny your application.
Right,
that
but
make
if they, well, not yet, because if they bring us wet water, or they give us money because they don't have the wet water, so they're now they're going to pay for it, and we have to go out and buy that water. It's going to certainly cost us way more than what we have plugged in as the number here, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But we don't allow cash in lieu when there's a need to buy.
Right, but that's where the tool will tell us that we can't accept cash in lieu. We can only accept water rights. And right, or wet water, excuse me, wet water. And right now, Councilmember Harrison, just for your knowledge, we are only using about 40 to 45% of our annual town ditch right now.
Yeah, but I go back to the
That's gonna
fact
change, that's gonna change, but I know it sounds weird, but that's buying us the time that we need to build up the bank so that when the time comes, we can just go straight to water court and pay for it.
but I'm more on we're not building up a bank at $2,000 a house. Like
But that's not the cash in lieu number.
So tell me about the cash in lieu number.
Okay, so sorry, Jeff, I think the question here is about the difference between the PIF and the cash in lieu number. Can you walk through that?
Well, sure, the cash in lieu, like that example I gave of just one EQR, the cash in lieu fee is the $2,076 that you're speaking of. And then that would be on top of the whatever the current rate of the tap fee is, excuse me, the plant investment fee is, which right now is 62.96.96. So the entire fee would be closer to $9,000. And all of that money would go into the capital fund and can be used for future infrastructure improvements, water rights acquisitions, things like that. It just can't be used for day-to-day operations.
Right, and Councilmember, to add to that, I think one thing to keep in mind here is that if we're talking about one new EQR, we are also only talking about adding 0.23 acre feet of depletions to your plan every year. And so that's a tiny amount of water. We have been very conservative in right now setting the cash in lieu rate at $90,000 per acre foot, which is, that's a pretty good chunk of change. And so the fact that the depletions from these new EQRs will only amount to the 0.23, that does result in that small per EQR dollar figure. But what we know is that, as Jeff said, we're buying time because it is going to take a pretty long time before EQRs that are depleting the river at 1/4 of an acre foot per year are going to add up to the point where you need any kind of action in water court.
I'm seeing the problem of if I owned a house in Bill's Ranch, I'd be racing to town hall to apply because it's only going to cost me an additional $2,000 now, and we're making it harder to say no. And if that's where we want to be, that's fine with me. But that's how I'm reading this reality right now.
And Councilmember Harrison, another thing to take into account is, and I've already had a couple of phone calls, and as soon as I tell people this, they basically hang up on me, that they are responsible for building the water mains, and they are responsible for all of the infrastructure, which in some of these cases at Bill's Ranch can be $500,000 just to get a water line to their house because it has to be built to town standards, no dead ends, things like that. So there's always that in there as well. But I guess, I mean, we could look at the formula and charge more per acre feet, but then we start getting into the point where we can't justify that amount of money.
And, you know, and I do want to go back where I'm going to switch my thought into, you guys are really smart and you've been really living this, and I'm sitting out of town trying to figure it out. So I think the better plan is, I'm supportive of the people who know what they're talking about, really moving this forward. But I think when I get back next week, Jeff, let's sit down, and you've always done a great job of explaining this extraordinarily complex world of water to me. So I think I need a little more of your time just to understand the details of this. So I'm good. I'm just, it's outside my realm of knowledge, and I just need to be just a little more of your time. So.
Yes, sir. I'll be available anytime you like.
I know that, and I appreciate it. And I have faith in you. I have faith in you guys that you've done something good. I just don't understand it yet.
Fair enough. Well, I don't know that I do it completely yet either.
Can I take it? I think the essence, Andrew, the answer to your question is that under this ordinance, the town can only accept cash in lieu when we have essentially sufficient water in hand. At such time as requests are made where we will not end up with sufficient water on a long-term basis, then we insist on wet water, and you only bring wet water at your expense, meaning they've paid all the costs of adjudicating those rights and getting them into our system. So there isn't a gap of attorney's fees or administrative costs essentially of getting water into our system, because it's we're either accepting cash in lieu when we have the water we need, or we're not when we don't, and they're paying the full rate. Right.
And I'm just super protective of the long-term ramifications of having more taps into our system. I don't want, we'll talk about it later, but I don't want to create the scenario where we sell up to the max, and then we're in a bit of a mess. And then we have to, so I just want to be protective. I'm concerned. But
I will guarantee you, sir, as long as I'm sitting here, that won't happen.
So just as
Jeff, can I just jump in? Can I jump in for a second here?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I just wanted to add on to what Thad said, to Thad's good thoughts there. Another thing to keep in mind with respect to going to water court to adjudicate an amended augmentation plan or a new supplemental augmentation plan is that we will not be doing that on a piecemeal basis. That would not be cost efficient. It would not be something that we would even consider taking one EQR 0.23 acre feet of depletions through water court. We would wait until we have a critical mass so that we go to water court, we would have amassed a supply of money by then to pay for the case. But there's no good reason to go to water court on a tap-by-tap basis. You're instead going to be waiting. You'll be looking to adjudicate another town-wide augmentation plan that will allow you, what we'll do is make sure that you will be able to plug in new supplies down the road as they are dedicated, if they are dedicated, without having to go through a whole new water court case. So I think, in other words, if you want to think about the amount of money that a water court case would cost, a really complicated water court case that goes all the way through trial, only those cases are the ones that cost, you've probably seen these numbers in the newspapers, that can cost in the neighborhood of $500,000 to $1 million. Water court cases that we have adjudicated for the town, decrees that we've adjudicated for the town, we have always been able to reach good, solid stipulations with the very few objectors who get into your cases. And I think you could plan on a conservative number of saying $50,000 if we get to a stipulated resolution to the case. And there is absolutely, you guys would understand, you don't want to go spend $50,000 on 0.23 acre feet of depletions when what you really need is this bigger augmentation plan that's going to allow you to operate these extraterritorial taps, any new in-town EQRs, for what we would consider to be your build-out, your planning future. So I would say typically with the town's cases, and we could even look up these numbers for you if it would be helpful, typically it's probably more in the range of $10,000 to $20,000. I think if you said conservatively, a big application for a new augmentation plan, we would estimate $50,000 conservatively. But you would have been collecting these cash in lieu fees along the way and building up that bank as you go.
So is it at all useful to ask the question or the hypothetical, if 450 EQRs were applied for at one time, what does that do to us?
I would recommend at that point that we do not take cash in lieu, that we take water rights, wet water rights that we can use, that are already usable for us when we get them.
And within this process, the council can ask for that.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would think the council can negotiate however the council wants to negotiate.
So a couple of just summing it all up as my mind has put this together. That's the great question. It's because once we're done, right, it's a great plan. I like Andrew, trust this group with all of this stuff. I'm just trying to explain as I understand it so that I'm clear. Somewhere within this document, it says, or, so we can say, you know what, this is too big of an ask. We want you to come with water instead of dollars. That's one. Two is if I'm living in a neighboring community, some of which already have water mains run through them that they could tap into. I'm going to all my neighbors' houses and saying, let's get on this and share this cost. To Andrew's point, right? That's one. And then my last one I wanted to make clear is, and I don't know that what we can do to stop that, right? I don't know once we put this.
You can always
We can
always deny it for any purpose, no reason, all reasons. So it's always your prerogative.
But we created a process for a reason.
Yes, we did.
Right? So my last one is, because I haven't heard it yet, and maybe I missed it, is if I show up, I want to build a house somewhere outside of town limits, I'm going to pay for everything cash in lieu. Am I then still, I thought I actually just saw it in here, still subject to the 1.5 water rates for out of town usage?
No, that's been taken out with this ordinance.
So it's a one-time cash fee for water forever.
Right.
That's
Just
what I wanted to
like
hear.
everybody else has paid in the past. It's a one-time, and then of course, the quarterly user fees for using the water.
Right, but it's, yeah,
One-time buy into the system, if that's the way you want to put it.
totally, which actually really makes even more sense to me of why irrigation is not part of this agreement at all.
Right. And I was very adamant about not allowing some of the irrigation that we see in town.
Yeah.
Outside of town, because that is, it's a lot. It's a lot.
I know a neighbor who would like to get off of it, but has no way to do it.
Well, the town's getting off of it, I can tell you that. We're getting rid of all of the turf and the medians. We're getting rid of all that kind of stuff. So,
I'll talk to you.
okay.
That'd be great.
All right.
Thank you for entertaining those thoughts.
Yep.
Outside of question. Lisa, anything, thoughts?
Nope.
Just stalling to see if my thought comes back.
No, I'm taking good notes. Thank you, Jeff. I think I have a really good.
And my door is open anytime to any one of you. If any questions, phone call, whatever. If I can answer the question, I will. If I can't, I'll find somebody that can.
Oh, yeah, I
You know,
think I have a really good understanding.
Sorry. It's weird being out here. No, I was just gonna say that, Jeff, I just need more education about this, and I don't want to take up a ton of your time, but maybe if Andy's gonna get together with you, something, if we could do that, just so that I understand this whole process better, I would really appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am, my time is your time.
Thank you.
One last, sorry, no, go for it. You know, your dad was gonna jump.
I just wanted to point something out in the ordinance, give you some assurance on your question. The underlying rule of the ordinance is you bring water rights, right? The discretionary allowance is that the town may accept cash in lieu after it considers a few things, like whether the town is aware of suitable water rights for purchase and incorporation of the town's municipal water system, whether the town owns water supplies that may be incorporated into the municipal water system through new water court applications, whether the water rights portfolio already incorporated into the municipal system may be made more efficient through a water court application, whether there's an opportunity for the town to convert dedicated water supplies to owned water supplies. So you start with the rule that you bring water rights. Maybe the town will accept cash in lieu if it will not diminish our supplies, essentially, is what this is saying.
Which sounds important when we get these applications and we put together a staff report with a recommendation. It comes from that premise.
Yes. Yes, comes from this premise, and we have to make these determinations that frankly, the cash is useful to us. I mean, that's what it all comes down to.
And then the other issue there was, as you look at these little one-offs, these homeowners that are coming, they don't have water rights. They don't have water rights, and this allows them to buy into the system should the council allow it. Basically, we just wanted to do this because in the past, as you know, there was no method to the madness. You could say yes, you could say no for any reason. You could not even entertain at least now we have some sort of a program where you can all make an educated decision on these as they come to you.
So just to, I guess, finish my thought on the one-time buy-in. Has anyone done the numbers, I know based on an average year's water bills, how many years it would take? Right, we don't know what the infrastructure is going to cost, but based on tap fees and EQRs, how many years is it going to take before essentially they're getting free water, or is that not even an issue?
No, not an issue because the tap fee is only paying for the privilege of hooking into the existing system.
Right.
They're on the hook for the water mains and any other improvements that it takes to extend the system.
But the EQRs is the amount of water they're paying to use. And at some point,
the EQR is a measure of how much they do use.
That's not what I heard.
They don't pay for it, Councilor. We all pay for it.
Because they will continue to pay an operation.
Yeah,
that's the answer.
This just gets you the privilege of receiving a monthly water bill forever.
That's what I was trying to get.
No,
When you say one-time buy-in, to me, I support water for life.
No. You bought the ability to take the water out of the pipe. You're still going to get the water.
Yes, you do. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Rick was looking to move. Outside.
Can I redraw the boundary?
Yeah.
Basically, you're just paying for the straw to put in the cup.
That's what I was thinking, but that's not hearing.
Yeah, cool. I think I'm just a lot of where Andrew was, is that the trust is there that this is, I hope this system, what we can provide to the people who provided us the water rights that we do have, and that 30 years from now, the council is thanking Jeff and Jennifer and Nathan for all the work that we've supported them to do to protect what we inherited from past councils. And I feel that that's what you all have accomplished. And I think we've been the beneficiary of that. And I would like, hopefully this is what we pass on to those councils in 30 years where they're like, man, we're lucky that we've got all of these things.
I do not want anybody cussing me out when I'm dead. That's my goal. Nobody's cussing me out when I'm dead.
Yeah, I think this is a good tool, it's gonna help us like manage our resources
I-
clearly with, yeah. We got it.
Has there been any barrier or redevelopment of the parcels outside of the town because of water?
I would imagine. I know that there was one barrier I know of, a homeowner contacted me. I can never remember the name of the subdivision across from School Road.
Frisco Heights.
Frisco Heights, yeah. They have water mains running through there, going to the duck. They can't tie onto them, but they're there and there's fire hydrants there. One homeowner wanted to build an accessory dwelling unit on his property because it was zoned for 2 units and he had enough room for it. And he was going down the route of affordable housing and deed restriction and all that. Contacted me about getting the water, and because the well that they have won't supply 2 homes. So there are barriers out there. There are actual physical barriers, and what it is it's wells. People are having problems with their wells because all of these wells are shallow.
It was just, it just brought up the thought process of if money is not an object on the redevelopment of a parcel out in the county.
Water is.
Well, I mean,
Not if money.
if not, if money is not an object.
Well, right.
Well, and the council determination is to add your secondary.
Exactly.
Yeah, and secondary impacts are involved in this as well.
Yeah. But I think that's why I asked if there was a barrier prior, because that, you know, if people just said, well, it's just impossible to get Frisco water, it doesn't even make any sense for me to look at X parcel out in the county. But now that there's a process, and I'm willing to put up $500,000 worth of infrastructure to build my large sized home. Anyway.
Yeah, and there's people, just last week, I got a phone call from a realtor that's selling a property up on Temple Trail. And asked, well, how do I get water? And I said, "Oh, the closest water main is going up to the church right there." And he's like, "Oh, well, great. Will the town run pipe?" And I'm like, "No, sir, the town will not run a pipe. You, the homeowner, whoever pays for all." Oh, so we probably should just drill a well, huh? And I'm like, yeah, we probably should.
So they always still have that option.
Right, they can go deeper with their wells. We have shallow wells here, and they decide instead of paying $500,000 to get the piping to their house, they can just dig a deeper well. You have any idea what that costs, like for?
Typically, right now, I think drilling a well, based on the numbers from a few years ago, it's $100 a foot.
$100 a foot.
$100 a foot.
And how deep is a shallow well?
I think most of these Bill's Ranch wells are around 50, anywhere from 20 to 50 feet deep, because that's the water. See, that's the other issue that you have is if you go too deep, you get into somebody else's water that you don't have the right to take. So there's confining layers that.
State engineers.
Yeah.
Sign off on it.
Yep, state engineers got to sign off on it and say, that's not your water. You can't have that. You can't go any
Too
deeper.
deep.
So build a radial well, and there's ways to do that too. So, goes into science there that we don't.
I know this is kind of a tricky question based on the state of Colorado, but collecting rainwater, and this is probably a side conversation that I shouldn't even initiate, but what are the laws for?
It's now legal.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was a new statute
40 gallons.
I thought
I would say 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, 40 gallons, you can fill a 40-gallon container, and once that's full, it has to spill out onto the ground and go its natural course. But yes, you can collect water that falls on your roof.
Right.
Can't go collect it that falls out on the ground. You can't collect that. You can collect what falls on your roof and through a down.
Wow,
And that is recent.
that's pretty cool
That's
for people that they had a garden that they want to water.
Well, Denver Water objected to that because it was all their water. that was falling.
Well, sure. Well, yeah, they own it.
I think back to your Frisco Heights example. So I think this is interesting. So now that, say we approve this on second reading. Then, right, so those homes have the main that goes to the duck. They will have the process to tie in.
Yes.
But they still owe the original developers back fees for the infrastructure he put in, correct?
I don't know if that was put in with the franchise agreement or
I
not.
think that was because that's where I grew up, and when Larry ran that pipe, we had a chance to tie in. If you didn't, he has the whole equation of what it costs, and to tie it, you have to
Depending
reimburse.
on how far down the line you are.
You have to reimburse him for original, but I don't know.
That's way beyond my time, but we
Because I
can look
think
into
that's
it.
Covenants on the property. Presumably, because I'm not aware of that. The towns can do that, right? It's called an oversizing reimbursement agreement where the town acts as the agent, but I'm not aware.
Sewer works.
Yeah, I'm not aware that the town has ever done it. So my guess is that would have been done through private covenants.
So that was, yeah, because that's an interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not know, I had no idea that that was an agreement on
Because a
that.
lot of those houses, mine included, I grew up, we tied into the sewer when it came through with the sewer district.
Well, you were probably
But
required.
the wells were, no, because it was optional,
Wow. Oh, wow,
but the wells were still working fine, so most people didn't.
okay. I don't know of anybody that did. Actually, I don't know of anybody we served
Okay.
off that line except for the folks in the duck.
What is the duck?
Yeah.
It's the subdivision that looks like a
It
duck.
looks
If you
like
look
a
at the
duck.
mountains of it.
It's a county enclave.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the duck is the Frisco enclave,
Right,
surrounded by the county.
right.
Frisco Heights is the county, the duck is the Frisco. But I think that goes back to your question,
You're right.
Thomas, the developer ran the line from Summit Boulevard all the way to the development at that expense.
Gotcha.
And it penciled out, obviously, because those houses are there, so it was worth it. At least to that would be a little different with.
I guess I'm gonna have to explore that a little bit. Did not realize.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
When was
No,
the-
if you're
Sit down, dude.
90 maybe is.
I'll look and see what that's interesting.
Any other water questions? We've got Jennifer and Nathan. Good resources. I think, Tom is looking forward into the future of council. I think in past, we've done kind of a water 101 with electeds. Might be a good time to revisit that and have just kind of that basic water session.
Sure.
I think, I know that Jennifer has done it in the past, and I think that she'd be more than willing, and she would be the best person to do it because she can actually break this stuff down into terms that I understand, so.
It's only gonna get more vicious downstream, and we need to know what we have and what we should be very cognizant of protecting, so.
Well, just always keep in the back of your mind when you're talking to town's water rights and the ditch right, the main engine, which is the 1,413 acre feet a year. That's pre-Colorado compact water. It is senior to just about every use on the Colorado River, including, which I just found out, and Jennifer can correct me if I'm wrong, it's even senior to the Shoshone Power Plant, right? Which is huge. That's one of the oldest rights on the Colorado River, so. The towns, whoever did all that in the past, right on.
We got our own
Follow those footsteps.
That's our own winning. Lottery ticket. Awesome.
Let me find out who that was.
Put Rose
I
on it.
mean, that goes way back.
Maybe you don't really want to know.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for
Yep.
really setting up,
Yep.
standard operating procedure and,
Sure.
giving us a pathway forward because, otherwise arbitrary numbers and just picking stuff out of thin air was next to impossible.
Right.
And, this should set us up for the future.
Would you like me to have, Nathan and Jennifer stay for the regular meeting or
I don't think anybody's gonna
do you?
follow questions when we do first reading. No, so I think we're good. So,
Okay,
yeah.
great, thank you.
Nathan, Jennifer, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, I'll be in touch.
Sorry about the phone debacle.
That's all right.
It happened. Keep
What
the snow
happens
with you though. We
All
don't
right.
have it up here. We don't need it. All right, let's take a 5-minute break while we switch over for the agenda item number 2, which is the housing authority discussion. This. So it's houses. It's this. That one's not. No, that one is. That one's not. That one is.
But he's also in the financial world, so he can give you he a lot of suggestions and advice. But yeah.
Got it.
Stacy, when I come to visit you tomorrow, can I get some training on the popcorn machine?
Chief is the resident truck.
I know, and it's not happening. So,
You need to sign the appropriate waivers with HR.
persuading the chief of things before.
Oh, that's right.
Use the horse.
All right, that's an employee only device. No contract. All right. Thanks for the little break. Moving on to agenda item number 3 this afternoon, and that is our Frisco Housing Authority discussion. Leslie's here, and I'll let you introduce our other guest online, but.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I am here to bring for discussion the idea of a creation of a housing authority for the town of Frisco. And we have with us John Peterson, who is an attorney that specializes in real estate and tax credit financing to fill in the gaps for anything that I don't mention. So I appreciate his expertise. The development of or adding a housing authority for the town of Frisco would allow us to be a partner, would allow the housing authority to be a partner in development in a way that that has mentioned a few times that we as the town are prohibited from doing. It would also allow us to provide some incentives to developers in development agreements. Some examples would be tax exemptions, sales tax, property tax, as well as potentially conduit financing, providing tax exempt financing to developers at a lower rate than they would otherwise achieve. And it would also allow us to hold property. So 602 Galena is an example of something that we might wish to hold in the housing authority. I would let Thad discuss the finer points of why that might be interesting. But there are some requirements that are outlined in the memo. So this would start with a petition of 25 residents to request a public hearing on this matter. Then we would notice the public hearing and then hold that and present a resolution to create the housing authority. Additionally, we would need to appoint a board, which certainly could be the town council. That would allow for some pretty easy meetings. You would close out your regular town council meeting. You would hold the housing authority meeting as required, and it wouldn't require any additional time to get together. Also, we would need to adopt some bylaws, and then we would file all of that with DOLA, the Department of Local Affairs with the state of Colorado. I should also mention that the memo says June 13th for coming back together. John and I have discussed the timing on this, and we could certainly bring in May 13th, potentially earlier if there was a need to do so. And then also I'll throw out there, the name. You all can decide upon the name that it should have. It was brought about, FHA is federal housing. So maybe not that, but you could call it Town of Frisco Housing Authority or whatever you would like to name the authority. And John, I'll let you fill in any gaps that I missed there.
Well, thank you, Leslie, and thank you for the council for allowing us to present this opportunity to you. We believe that the creation of a housing authority would allow the town to have a more direct and impactful opportunity to develop affordable housing within the town. And as Ms. Edwards noted, there are some really significant benefits that may not jump out in terms of having a huge impact on the development of affordable housing, but when the developers are looking at doing projects, affordable housing projects that are property tax exempt and that have a sales and use tax exemption on materials during construction, it can have a very significant impact on their capital stack and their financing, to the point of, in many cases, it's the difference between a project being able to move forward and a project not being able to move forward. As far as the procedural aspects of the creation of the housing authority, I think Ms. Edwards just did a terrific job in putting together the memo and the resolution. And I took a look at the information that she provided, double checked it against the statute, and just confirmed that everything is correct under the Housing Authorities law. So from a procedural standpoint, I just agree with everything that she's presented, and certainly we'd be happy to entertain any questions that the council might have.
One thing I didn't mention is that the resolution would actually require us to state a finding why the housing authority would exist. And that would most likely be that there is a lack of safe and sanitary dwelling accommodations in the town. Well, there's a lack of dwelling units.
Yeah. It's an unsafe living situation for some.
As, yeah, we just got people living in their cars earlier, so.
Dad or John, how does the petition process start and work, just for our knowledge, as I've never been a part of, other than all of us getting our own petitions to get on the ballot? How does that look if this is something we're instigating? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Yes. It doesn't have detailed formal requirements under the statute. Any member of council or even staff members could distribute it. Can be signed by public officials, can be signed by residents who are employees of the town.
Yeah, the only real statutory requirement is that you have at least 25 residents of the town sign the petition.
Do we discuss maybe shooting for 30, just in case?
It's always amazing who you find out voting records aren't what you thought they were.
The clerk is tough on saying
The term clerk, be the first, it'll be your first round, it'll be your first try.
You know, and in the town of Frisco, it's probably worth noting, it does need to be signed by a resident of the town. So, well, I think, you know, it sounds fairly obvious in the town where there are a lot of people who may have multiple homes. You know, we would need to make sure that it's somebody who actually lives there most of the time.
I laughed, John, because when I ran for my first council seat, my wife's signature was voided because her voter records didn't get updated. So, oops.
Might have been the case with me.
Yeah, she couldn't support me.
Actually was.
Is there any reason for us not to go down this path? Are there any drawbacks for forming this authority and adding that responsibility, that power?
You know, I see it as, I don't see it as the drawbacks. I see it as how we can actually address our deed restrictions and everything else along the way. I don't know that we should be that authority. I mean, we have the authority over it, and or we would be the first step in it. But, you know, I feel like we should get some, like planning commission, we should get some experts in the area to sit on the Frisco Housing Authority, and then they would report to the council. Let's just really agree with
With
that.
due respect,
Too much money.
the authority is there essentially to do financial deals that really ought to be decided by this council. They don't, right now, they don't have any other purpose other than to exist, to take a minor ownership interest in a partnership entity so that a developer can get a tax exemption. Maybe one day when they do more than that, but right now, I don't know there's anybody with more expertise in the town's finances than this group. And that's really the decisions you're going to be asked to make, if any.
That's fair. So it's just essentially legalizing what we're doing anyway. Because we're going down this path, whether or not we have our own authority or housing authority.
Makes the path wider.
It's a tool. It's very much a financial tool right now to help incentivize development deals. Could be more one day, but for now. And then that one day, you might well want other people in charge of it. But I think right now, it's mostly going to be decisions by the council, talking with Leslie, folks like John and potential developers who have asked.
So when this is in place and a developer wanted to utilize like the tax-free option that would present. And they meet all the like all the deed restricted or workforce housing requirements that we want. How does the process work on our end? Is it a 2 reading process? Is it a 1 reading process? How is housing authorities called to order?
The housing authority, I think, would be asked, you correct me if I'm wrong, John. I think it wouldn't be much more than the housing authority being asked to approve agreements by resolution. They don't act by ordinance. They just act by motion and resolution. So it would be meetings to hear descriptions of deals and participation of the housing authority as participants in a membership entity, for instance, an ownership entity, right? That would then achieve that governmental ownership to allow for tax exemptions. So it would be deals.
That was spot on. And so the one aspect that's probably helpful for the council to understand is how the housing authority provides the property tax exemption under the housing authority laws. And the Colorado statutes 29-4-227 provide that to the extent that a housing authority owns an interest in an entity that owns affordable housing that is deemed to be low income as determined by the housing authority, then the property tax exemption would apply. And then during construction, the sales and use tax exemption would apply. So the next step would be by creating the housing authority, it would be an expectation that you would be requested by developers and others to become a partner in a partnership that would provide for these exemptions. And that's something that I represent a lot of housing authorities throughout Colorado. That's something that's a fairly normal situation. We see that very much in particular in the Denver metro area, but we see it a lot up in the high country as well. Done deals in Leadville and Delta and Rifle and Montrose and kind of all around. And so from that standpoint, there is a joint venture aspect that would be the next step, but we don't have to deal with any of that right now.
One of the things I'll add about having the town council be the board is that it clarifies that the housing authority will be blended into the town's financial statements. And it actually makes financial reporting easier. Not that that should be a barrier, but just a comment.
How would, and it's a semantics thing, I think, for me, but how would this housing authority interact with the Summit Combined Housing Authority? They fill completely different roles is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, they would not necessarily.
Yeah. Right.
Well, the Summit Combined Housing Authority would have the presumably the legal authority to also act as a housing authority within the town of Frisco. Politically, that is usually never done. Usually folks have, their own boundaries. And so to the extent that there's a affordable housing project within the town of Frisco, we would expect that your housing authority would be the housing authority that would be the participant there. And then to the extent that there are housing developments outside of the town of Frisco that are within the jurisdictional boundaries of the Summit Combined Housing Authority, then that would be their jurisdictional area.
So would this housing authority be pre-qualifying people? Or I don't think so, but I just want to make sure, right, for all the AMI and all of the, it's just to do these financial deals.
Could, but that's not the role that we're envisioning it for right now.
And it would require an amendment of our form of covenants, a bunch of which is out there that assign those duties to Summit Combined.
I just want to make sure we're not taking on more than what we defined it as. Right. Yeah.
Is this something that later in the future, like with Peak One neighborhood and the sales and resales of homes, I know there's been a lot of people reaching out, talking about that aspect of their deed restricted homes, but is this useful in the future for that?
I mean, I think that's similar to Rick's question. It could fill that role, but that's not what we were currently envisioning. Because what we're currently envisioning and describing is not to add on to anything more than what staff has currently been doing.
Correct.
This is hopefully the vehicle to get more stuff built, and then it would go there were for sale units or anything else, it would go kind of the housing authority's route of management and operation.
Gotcha. Cool.
So the next steps would be to authorize the distribution of this petition, and then for it to be brought back with a public hearing and a resolution.
Can I get a question? Hunter, you never got an answer to your, what's the downside? Is there a
What's the downside?
Yeah,
What's the downside?
there's a lot of head shaking here. I don't think
There is one.
why hasn't, and I don't know, has Breck, Dillon, Silverthorne, have they done this?
Yes, we've assisted Breck in creating a housing authority. This was probably 6 or 7 years ago. Leslie, you might know better than I, but.
I think it was actually longer ago than that, but time flies when you're having fun.
The short answer to your question, Councilor Aronson, is because there was no political will to do it. Is the short answer.
Until fair.
Are to the name by state statute? Because we've already had the discussion of that already, there's already mission creep. If this is a financing vehicle, we're already having a mission creep conversation of, can this be the body that does all the things that Summit County Housing Authority currently does on our behalf? Can we name it something that indicates that it's the, Frisco Tax Financing Authority, or something that makes it very clear what the use of this is? Because I'm not in favor of having expanded government just for the sake of expanded government. Summit County Housing Authority does a nice job doing what they do for our units. So that's just, can we name it what we want, or do we have, is it state bound?
You can name it what you want. I mean, to give you an example, the Fort Collins Housing Authority is named Housing Catalyst. That's just what they chose to name. Boulder Housing Authority is named Boulder Housing Partners. So there's a flexibility in the naming rights.
Okay, and could this impact some of the projects that are currently in the pipeline?
Yes.
Could it impact it positively or
Yes.
negatively?
Positively.
It had impacted positively because the tax exemptions that we're talking about have already been figured into there.
Right.
I would say not doing it will impact it negatively.
Yeah.
Or end it.
And so if this is really just a financial thing, as we're gonna need to be looking at our deed restrictions in the future, what process are we gonna utilize for that? Right? Is this gonna be through us as the council, or is this gonna be through us as the housing authority to discuss the future or, our deed restrictions as they are?
I think you're gonna be talking about them as the council.
Yeah.
It's the code that requires, that's a legislative action.
It is. Okay. Then, there's no reason to not do this at this point. More standard operating procedure, really, and then we're setting up the future.
Yep.
Yeah.
We do need to include the name in the resolution, so I'm not sure how you.
Housing McCow wasn't that? Wasn't it the Bodie McBoat face or whatever? Or no in opposition. I think Andrew made a good point that so it doesn't sound like there's overlapping or competing goals. I don't know what a good.
Like the Briscoe Housing Tax Financial Authority.
I liked the housing.
I like Catalyst. Oh, that was really cool. Depot.
Although those are very nebulous names that could do anything.
Do we have to come up with a name right at this point? Yeah.
Solution.
Okay.
I can come up with hooks, but not like,
Yeah.
Briscoe Limited Housing.
Housing Authority,
Limited and combined.
We don't.
That's true.
No, I think I'm in support. I think, is it fair to ask staff to do the petition, or is that something we should just take on? I don't know. Tom, I guess I'd put that. And submitting that around.
Drafted an actual petition.
So you draft an actual petition and then we go out and try to get, is that like what we're looking at?
If you'd like to.
Yeah.
Take that up.
Here.
Okay.
Probably pretty close to that.
I'll walk it from here to my favorite local coffee shop and see where it goes from there, so.
So one little thing to bring up on the name, which sounds a little bit silly, but it's probably worth thinking about, not any different than when you're naming your children, is people will use the name of the housing authority in an acronym. So you might want to just kind of think about what words you use and how those acronyms all come together. So it's not an unintended bad thing.
Oh, yeah. Sound advice.
There. We'll work on the name.
Yeah, and I'll send you the petition.
We'll have a little fun at this with staff. as well.
Anything else on this? Questions?
All right. Thank you, John.
John,
for
thank
joining
you
us.
for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrew.
That's all I've got on the work session. So we've got. Got a lot of time. Good, yep.
I wish I had.
Yeah, we're gonna get that or something. Gonna be up all night.
Mr. Mayor, you are on mic and recording for whenever you like.
Good evening, everyone. 7 o'clock. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. First up this evening is public comment. Anyone who wishes to make a public comment may do so now. Please be topic specific. For anything that is not on this evening's agenda, please keep your comments no longer than 3 minutes. If you want to make public comment, you may do so now. If you're online, you can raise your hand, turn on your camera. Folks in the audience fighting to get to the podium. Nope. I will close public comment at this time then. Next up is mayor and council comments.
I got a couple of comments.
Good.
Jeff, thanks for the update on Granite and the work that's taken place out there. I look forward to seeing what that looks like as the work progresses. Tom gave me a little bit of a strange look when I was so excited with what was going on out there. So that was cool. And Diane, it was cool to see that there's stuff happening out there on Slope Side. Wow, I didn't realize that was all, man, it's happening. And Vanessa, 23 best lake towns in the United States. Come on. That's a big deal. Thanks, everybody. Tom? The blue chairs got you.
Blue chairs in the way.
Thanks for you and the fellas and the gals for getting it all done.
That's it.
Andy Arnson.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I do. I'm, as you guys know, I'm here in Little Rock and
Andrew, pause.
makes me
We
real.
can't hear you.
Oh,
Stand
hold on.
by. You're unmuted.
I'm
It's
not
on
muted.
our end.
Yeah, I'm not muted.
Yeah, sorry. I apologize.
Oh, yeah, he took it first. He took it personally. I'm done with his job.
Got me now?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold tight.
Is he still there?
I think he dropped off.
No, he's there.
Oh, okay. We just
I'm
didn't see
here.
him on our screen.
I see me on 9.
I can hear you, Andy, so it's.
Can't hear you
it's
either.
just
Good try
there.
though.
Sorry, Lisa, we can't hear you either.
No,
It's all
but
right.
Andy,
We're
can you hear
figuring it
me?
out.
Yes, just fine.
Why we need to do roll call. We figure these things out.
Oh,
All right, stand by while we do a little.
yeah. That's really strange. Oh, it's not that.
Lisa, where are you?
Bizarre.
I am in Florida. My mother-in-law's having shoulder replacement surgery tomorrow, so I'm here to help out.
Good luck.
Too, is that,
Mhm.
It's raining here.
Coming through.
You're having a great conversation, probably.
is that what it is, maybe?
And what the,
Nice.
at the end of April, kind of done with snow.
Yeah, definitely. What are you doing in Little Rock?
Red Cross,
Really
They had a-
bizarre.
tomatoes, and
Speakers.
uh,
Speakers are up.
it's still a mess over here in the area that got hit by the tornado.
Yeah.
Everything is just
Huh.
how it normally is, but
I guess we don't get to say anything tonight other than, we'll say snarky things to
To one another, yes, yes.
we
Lisa,
can hear
Just
you.
I
nod or
think we-
shake our heads.
We've got you again. You're back.
Oh.
So Andrew, go
Okay.
for it.
So I really just wanted to say I'm in Little Rock with Red Cross, but it's given me an opportunity to see some things that makes me really proud of what we do in Frisco. And just to give you a quick anecdotal, today, after giving out a bajillion plastic water bottles, I had to go to Walmart to buy something. And when I bought 2 items and I said, no, I don't need a bag. And she said, what are you just going to walk out with the 2 things in your hand? And I said, yeah. And then I picked up my dinner in a styrofoam clamshell with utensils included and a straw even for a drink that I don't have. Came back to my hotel room to have a styrofoam cup in my room and the little plastic shampoo bottles and just all the things that were ahead of some other areas on. And it just makes me proud to be a part of cleaning up the world a little bit in our little corner of it. So thank you to those who pushed that issue. Probably have pushed me to a place I didn't expect to be, but now I really respect it. So that's my comment.
Excellent. And thank you for what you do for the Red Cross, Andrew. I really appreciate that.
Well, I always joke, I'm not sure what that is, so that's okay.
All right. You're there and we're not. Lisa, did you have something or were you just keeping Andrew company when you guys could hear each other?
I was just letting you know that I could hear him. It was just you guys that couldn't hear him. That's all.
Perfect. Thanks for the solidarity online. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Anything I would, only thing I have is, I don't know if you all saw the emails or you could keep up because the emails around Senate Bill 213 have been flying quickly. But CML has done a draft version of that we could all adopt, saying that we're not in support or against SB 213. I'd be willing, if council agreed and was not in favor of that state bill, to use that language that they put out, sign it and forward it on to our representatives. Everybody comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I will work with Tom on getting that and getting our signature on that and forwarding it to the appropriate folks to say, please let us do housing the way we know how to do housing and not tell us how to do it. So, cool. If there's nothing else, that's all I have. Any other staff updates that weren't in the packet? Nope, perfect. And next up will be the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Been moved to approve by Mayor Pro Tem Incan. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Scripsack Adrian. Is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Lincoln.
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian. Yes. Aronson.
Yeah.
Burley is absent. Held,
Yes.
Malenko,
Yes.
Consent agenda passes. Next up is new business. This is agenda item number 1. This is resolution 23-19, a contract award for medians and roundabouts project to Columbine Hills Construction LLC. I'll open up the public hearing. Turn it over to Jeff. Good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you. Thank you for listening to this tonight. We're finally to the point where after what, 2 years of talking about it and design, we're finally to the point where we can start this project. As you know, in 2021, when CDOT completed the GAP project, they left us with a blank canvas there in the medians and the roundabouts to either leave them the way they are or do something nice with them. Council decided back then to do something nice with them. We hired Norris Design to help us out with that. And the project did go before Planning Commission, and they added a few things to it, wanted to see some different things. So we incorporated that. Then I don't know if you remember last summer, it came to council for you guys to look at. And you had some comments in there that we incorporated into the design. And we went out to bid on March. We only got one bid in, and that was from Columbine Hills Construction. And their original bid came in at $2.66 million. Town council budgeted 2.3 for this project for this year. So thankfully, having only one bid, we were able to sit down and talk with Columbine and figure out where we could find some savings. And it turns out that I got a little heavy-handed with some of my estimates in the bid tab, like flagging hours, material, excavation of material and road base and things like that. So Columbine helped me get that a little bit closer to where we really needed to be. I had really overestimated a lot of flagging hours and a lot of cones and barrels that would be needed for lane closure. A lot of that came from CDOT when they were reviewing the project, asked us to keep the length of the road closures to a minimum and do this project in phases so that the actual left lane wouldn't be closed the whole distance of the project. It would just be closed in certain areas. So doing that reduced the flagging hours and it reduced the amount of cones and barrels and things like that that we needed. So after all of the discussion and negotiating, if you will, and horse trading, we got the bid down to $2,277,293, which is just under budget. In that, we put some what we call force accounts in there, where the town put the amount that we wanted in the bid for electrical service and for contingency. So there's $75,000 in for the electrical service. We were able to reduce that down to around 50 because we don't need a lighting control panel because we're putting in solar lights. So the electricity is really only for the outlets on the roundabouts and for the irrigation clock. So that reduced that price down quite a bit. And then 75,000 is just contingency. If so, there's a minor contract change, something happens, which we have full control over whether we spend that money or not. So I'm pretty comfortable that very little, if any, of that will be spent. So we got the project down to that 2.277 million. The one thing that we did pull out that we're not necessarily ready to install anyway is the light poles. We're still waiting for the design of those. They're going to be just like Main Street, but solar. So we're waiting for the design of those. We're going to build them in-house. We don't have that engineered design yet. So we decided that maybe we could forego those for this year and put them in next year. I'm thinking that we may be putting around or asking around 350,000 next year to build those lights and put them in. This project will put the bases in. So we just have to go basically bolt them up and put them up. There won't be any more excavation or construction or anything like that. This bid also included an add alternate of conduit along the entire length of the project, just in case the solar lights didn't work out. We could go back to electric lights and have the conduit already in the ground. We removed that because after our experience with the solar lights in Meadow Creek Park, which are the same ones we're going to get for Maine or for this project. They're outstanding. They work great. There's been no problems with them at all. So I felt comfortable as we're going to use those, that they'll do what we want them to do. So that was taken out of there. And then there's a conceptual entry sign that we wanted to put in there that would replace the banner poles that were on that end of the project. And it's basically a sign where we could put messages on for events and things like that. We're going to push that off to next year as well. So we were able to get this down to within budget and still have some wiggle room in case something happens. And that's what we're here tonight, is to discuss this and answer any questions you have, and hopefully get this contract approved. If it is approved, work will begin after the July 4th holiday, and it's expected to be completed by October 31st. Work hours will be Monday through Friday. Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and Friday, 7 a.m. to noon. There will be no lane closures or work on the weekends or Friday afternoons or holidays. So, it shouldn't be too much disruption in traffic. It'll be a left lane closure on both sides of the highway, and it'll be for short distances. So we won't be having, these long queues of traffic, hopefully. But that's our goal, is to keep the closure down to a minimum and only have it closed where we're working, trying not to follow in the footsteps of CDOT when they were building the thing. So right now we're just waiting for a contract approval, and the contractor will create the method of handling traffic and the traffic control plan, which will then go to CDOT. And once they review that, they've reviewed the project. If they're okay with the traffic control plan, they will issue us our special use permit, and we're off to the races. So hopefully we can get all of that work done between now, should the contract be approved, between now and after July 4th. That way we can just hit the ground running with it.
Any questions for Jeff? Jeff,
Yep.
Go for it.
Well, thanks. I saw the conduit, so I suppose going to be my question. So thanks for addressing it. The conduit for the internet, for lack, I can't get the word out. That's already, is that in the median or is that under the street?
No, that was put under the street at each median when they built the GAP project for our fiber to cross under the highway. Yeah, we have a crossing at the pedestrian underpass, a crossing there at the county commons. And then as you get closer to 8th Street, the fiber that we would connect to someday is on the other side of the highway anyway. So
Question 2, speaking of 8th Street, does this include that parklet that we had discussed? Okay.
that's going to be a separate project. And the reason we did that is because it's a park. We're going to be kind of considering it a park. So we're going to roll that into the parks master improvement plan. And when we start talking about Triangle Park, we'll probably talk about that little park too. We have a conceptual design for it with some public art and things like that, but it hasn't gone any further than that.
Thanks.
So the signage, that's not, I know some things changed from the design we saw originally, but there was kind of a Frisco logo sign in the roundabout. That's not the conceptual entry sign.
No, that's not. That Frisco sign that will look a lot like the one at Triangle Park is in the 8th Avenue roundabout.
Perfect. Thanks for the clarification on the lights. I was wondering, I think it was actually Jesse who said, let's just do this and be done with it. And so that was one of my questions, is why are we waiting? That's a good enough answer. Is there a requirement of how many lights we do by CDOT or by anybody else? Or
Not at all, because they're not lights meant to illuminate the highway.
Yeah.
They're lights meant for aesthetic purposes. And the nice thing about these lights is, like the ones at Meadow Creek, there's an app for that.
Yep.
And I can change the colors, I can change the brightness, I can change.
You turn them off too at a certain hour?
I can turn them on, I can make them not come on at all, put them on timers. I mean, all this stuff. So that's actually a pretty cool fact with these things. So, and then, like I said, the light poles will look exactly like the ones on Main Street. They'll just be double arm with 2 lights. And then the lights are a bell-shaped lights, kind of like the ones on Main Street, but they're LED.
I guess I do have one question with the roundabout, the schematic model design on page 16, there's an A and a B. Like, are we incorporating both of those or did we pick one?
That's how we're labeling the roundabout. So roundabout A is the first one, roundabout B is the county commons. So they're not options within the roundabout, they're the actual names of the roundabout.
Thanks for value engineering as you did, and in this world of every 6 months adds on another $1 million is like, this is good news. Appreciate it.
Even if it's a year late.
I mean, I must say, when we did budget it, I thought I was budgeting high at 2.3.
Yeah.
And turns out not high enough.
Not
So,
high
but a lot changes around here with construction and materials, and it's a very volatile situation, even still, it really is.
Questions? I'll now open up for public comment. Is there anybody wishing to make public comment on this agenda item? No one online, no one in chambers. I'll close public comment. Yeah, I think, thanks, Jeff. And for those who maybe weren't around for when we redid Main Street, if you didn't know that it was town staff that did design all of those light poles, like went through all the catalogs of everything we could get. And Jeff's team said, we can do better. Let us design them. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. So I think it's
Actually, that credit would go to Tim Mack and Rick Higgins.
Oh, that's right.
They were
they're
built
your team
before
now.
my time.
Okay, well,
I
they're your
just helped
team now.
put them up. That's it.
We're
That's
still
my
doing
team
it.
now.
And I think it just shows the depth of talent and looking at doing what we can do in-house, which is pretty.
And we still have people on staff that built those. So we've got skilled individuals still that know how to do it. So it's going to be great. And just for future, we're going to start thinking about replacing the ones on Main Street with these solar lights. If these work out, we're going to try to, because we can't purchase these light fixtures anymore, these specific, they don't make them anymore. So as they break down or get hit by a truck like one did, and get torn down, we cannot replace them. So we are going to start looking, if this works out, we are going to start looking into doing the same and retrofitting these poles with solar lights. So.
Thanks, Jeff. I'm excited.
The whole team is really excited because it's been a long time coming. Seems like I've been talking about this for, 2 years.
Wanting to make a motion.
No.
Making the suspense.
here, but
Resolution 2319.
That's why I didn't do it.
Mayor, I move to approve resolution 2319.
Been moved to approve by council member Held. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Whipsack. Adrian, is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Malenko,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Scripcheck, Adrian,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Burley is absent, Held.
Thank you very much. We'll get it done.
Thanks, Jeff.
Next up this evening's agenda, item number 2. This is first reading of ordinance 23-05. An ordinance amending chapter 171 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco concerning water by amending sections 171-2 concerning definitions, 171-4 concerning the policy for water service outside of town, 171-6 concerning conditions for water service outside of town, 171-11 concerning water rates and charges, and 171-15 concerning the sale of water taps. I'll open up the public hearing. And Jeff is back.
Good evening again. We had pretty good discussion about this earlier in the meeting, and I'm willing, if any of y'all thought of any other questions or concerns or anything else, we'll get them answered. And it seems like we've been working on this for a long time too.
Anybody have any questions that came up between work session and now you want to follow up on? I'll now open it up for public comment. Does anyone wishing to make public comment on this particular agenda item? You may do so now. Seeing none online, I will close public comment. Back to council discussion.
I'm coming, and It's all good stuff. You're making stuff happen. We are as well, and I appreciate that because our time is proving worthy here.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve agenda item number 2, ordinance 23-5.
Been moved to approve by Mayor Pro Tem Incan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Scripsack Adrian. Is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Held.
Yes.
Polenko,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian. Yes. Aronson. He mouthed yes. I don't know if you guys heard that, but.
I saw it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yep,
it
there
is.
we go. Okay. And Burley is absent.
Thank you. That motion also passes. Next,
Thank you all.
thank you, Jeff. Next up is agenda item number 3. This is an emergency ordinance 23-12, an emergency ordinance concerning a for rent workforce housing project and in connection therewith authorizing the project and approving the execution and delivery of a site lease, a lease purchase agreement, and other documents and declaring an emergency. I'll open up the public hearing over to staff. And that is just going to you.
I can take this.
Great, thank you.
The story is told in the whereas clauses. Council, I think, is aware that it previously adopted both on first and second reading an ordinance substantially similar to this ordinance. There was a failure of newspaper publication after first reading of the ordinance. And for that reason, we're recommending that this be essentially reapproved by way of this emergency ordinance tonight. Happy to answer any questions. It does, just to note for council, this will require the affirmative vote of 5 council members to be approved. Because it is an emergency.
That reminder. Any questions for Thad? Wishing to make public comment, I'll open up for public comment on this particular agenda item. No public comment. I'll close public comment and back to council.
Mayor, I move to approve emergency ordinance 23-12.
Move to approve by Councilmember Held. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Scripsack Adrian. Is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Burley is absent. Held.
Yes.
Polenko,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian. Yes. Aronson.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a yes.
Ordinance also passes. Thank you. Next up is old business. This is agenda item number 4. This is the second reading of ordinance 23-08, an ordinance amending chapter 127 of the town code concerning offenses by amending section 127-42 concerning definitions and 127-43 concerning general smoking restrictions, 127-44 concerning exemptions to smoking restrictions, and 127-45 concerning optional smoking prohibitions to conform to the town's smoking prohibitions to the state prohibitions. Open up the public hearing, turn this one over to that as well. It's your night. You and Jeff show.
There have been, I'll try and be equally as brief. There have been no change to this ordinance since it was approved on first reading. It is necessary to comply with the state requirement that local ordinances prohibiting smoking be no less stringent than the state statute. Over the years, the state statute has gotten a bit more stringent over time. And so this brings it into conformance. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Excuse me. Questions? Open up for public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this agenda item may do so now. No public comment. I'll close public comment. Back to council.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve ordinance 23-8.
It's been moved to approve by Mayor Pro Tem Incan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Scripsack Adrian. Is there any discussion on the motion? Call the question, please.
Scripcheck Adrian. Yes. Aronson.
Yes.
Burley is absent. Held.
Yes.
Polenko,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
oh, that's it. Sorry, I
That's
went
all
around, I was
right.
trying to go around again. I'm
Still
sorry.
passes, even with the
All right.
first 6.
Overdoing it.
I think that is it. Next up.
Time, right?
We are adjourned. Thank you all. Not at all.
See you guys.